to 3.4% in April 2024. The country is now borrowing quite cheaper. In fact, 91 days Treasury bill has declined by 2,300 basis points from 28.4% to now 4.8% in April 2026. Our 2-year, 3-year, and 5-year bonds are now trading at a range of 11 to 12% compared to 25% in previous years. Thanks to the central bank, the monetary policy rate has also declined by 1,300 basis points from 27% in January to now 14% in April. The current account balance recorded a surplus, and this is extremely important. We were seeing persistent current account deficit, but for last year, we saw a current account surplus of 8.3% of GDP in 2025. And this is programmed to achieve double-digit 10% plus by the year 2026, this year. But all of this point to something important. This results affirms that fiscal prudence and discipline always delivers results. And so, to you fellow Ghanaians, I want to assure you that President Mahama's administration is determined to ensure that the gains we have made so far are maintained and are sustained going into the future. Ghana is open for business. We welcome you. Come home and contribute. Very soon, the central bank intends to work with the Ministry of Finance to ensure that the remittance that you bring home are well ensured that this remittance actually hit the balance of payment. The governor informed me that last year, the remittance amounted to over $7 billion United States dollars in 1 year. $7 billion United States dollars. And so we see you as an important partner. We see you as our brothers and sisters in the diaspora, and you still have a role to play in the nation building. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister for Finance, our fellow diaspora. Honorable, you have funds. ATO is forcing. Thank you for all you do for our economy, Honorable. And thank you for appreciating the diaspora and our contribution to nation building as well. Ladies and gentlemen, what is a Ghanaian event without some music, a little rhythm, and definitely a little dancing, even if it's only in the shoulders? Before we proceed to the keynote address, which I know you're all eagerly waiting for, let's enjoy a performance from the Blema Cultural Troupe. A round of applause for them, please. cultural truth. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker needs very little introduction, but I'm going to introduce him anyway because he deserves it. We're especially honored this evening to be joined by a leader whose service to Ghana has been defined by dedication, vision, and an enduring belief in the Ghanaian people. He's a statesman of experience, conviction, and one who has devoted decades of his life to public service, a man who has stood at the forefront of Ghana's democratic journey, championing development, economic transformation, and Ghana's place on the global stage. Under his leadership, Ghana continues to pursue a future built on opportunity, innovation, and prosperity, while strengthening the bonds that connect Ghanaians at home with those making remarkable contributions across the world. And tonight, here in London, we're reminded of the relationship between Ghana and its diaspora, that it's not merely symbolic, it is essential. The achievements of Ghanaians abroad continue to elevate our nation's reputation, and our dear President has consistently recognized the importance of engaging, listening to, and partnering with the diaspora community. Tonight, he joins us not just as our President, but also as a fellow Ghanaian, a son of Ghana, directly engaging with citizens and the diaspora community on the future of our nation. Ladies and gentlemen, it is therefore both a privilege and an absolute honor for me to introduce a distinguished leader, the first gentleman of our motherland, my president, your president, our president, with a standing ovation and a rounds and rounds of applause. Please welcome His Excellency John Dramani Mahama.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Kindly be seated. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let me proceed on the established protocol and salutations, but to acknowledge our Honorable Member of Parliament for Southgate and Wood Green, and also our Mayor of Haringey. We thank you very much for coming to join us. And if it makes you happy, MP, I was also born on Saturday, so I'm called Kwame. Thank you. Let me acknowledge our traditional rulers. Your regalia is so beautiful. It advances Ghanaian culture, and we thank you very much for coming. All our citizens, our senior government officials who have joined us, our very hyperactive High Commissioner in UK. And all our beautiful citizens. Let me acknowledge our pastor who said the opening prayer, Pastor Ohene Prekuya. Okay, and imams who will say the closing prayer. I acknowledge all of you. I have a speech here, but I tended not to read it. I just want to make a few remarks because several of our senior government officials have spoken, and these are people who are helping me to achieve what we're achieving in Ghana. When you go to a restaurant and the waiter serves you with the food, you eat the food and it's very delicious. and you compliment the waiter and say your food is very delicious, but it's not the waiter who cooked that food. Those cooking the food are in the kitchen, and those are my ministers and all my senior government officials. And so we share the honor together, we share the credit together, and in what we have managed to achieve. We have my Minister of Finance has spoken. I think Guzi has spoken. Governor of the Central Bank have spoken. The good thing is working as a team. If you can have individual talents, but if you don't work as a team, you don't achieve as much rapid progress as you should. But I'm happy to say that this government is working as a team, and we understand each other and we're working together. This visit is important, and we came mainly because of the UK Investment Summit. And so that summit will take place tomorrow, and I'm hoping that as many of you as possible can join us, because there will be more detailed discussions on what is going on in Ghana, what the investment opportunities are. The Ghana Investment Promotion Council is here, the State Housing Company is here. Indeed, so many of our chief executives of SOEs are here, and you get an opportunity to get more in-depth knowledge about what is happening. We'll also have a breakfast meeting with the UK Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, at 10 Downing Street to discuss bilateral issues. And then we also have the privilege of a courtesy visit to King Charles during this visit. We'll also have a lecture at Chatham House, and so those who are able to attend can also join us. And then we'll also give the keynote address for the Africa debates. And so it's quite a packed program. But as part of our accountability to the people, I cannot come to the UK without meeting our fellow citizens and sharing a moment with you. As we have said, our diaspora is the 17th region of Ghana. We have 16 physical regions in Ghana, but we have one virtual region, which is our diaspora abroad. And I mean, it's obvious that you are critical to what we do, because, like the minister said, your remittances have reached the highest ever, above $7.8 billion actually last year. And I mean, I dare say that probably that is much larger than, many regions are contributing to the GDP in Ghana. So you deserve your position as the 17th region of Ghana. And to recognize that, as part of the Constitution review, we currently have a legislation before Parliament to review the 1992 Constitution to allow Ghanaians in the diaspora who hold other passports or dual passports to be able to participate in our politics at parliamentary, ministerial level. And I privately call it the Jachikwesin law, because of the tribulations this man went through. He almost ended up in jail, but I was confident that it wasn't going to happen, because I knew we were going to win the election and he would gain his freedom. And so thank you very much. You've heard quite a bit about the economy. We have just emerged from the extended credit facility, which is an IMF program, and the Minister of Finance has briefed you on the situation that we met. Actually, the government had entered into the IMF program before we took over the reins of government. But unfortunately, after the fourth review, all the performance criteria from June the year before, in 2024, had gone completely off track. And so the IMF program was completely derailed, off track. And so when we took office, the next review was going to take place in April. And so happily, they sent a small technical team. We sat together. Everything that government had agreed with them was off track. And so it meant that between then and when the fund arrived for the main review, we had to take very, very strong decisions. And that is why the Minister of Finance told you that we have to take quite stringent, bitter decisions. But that is what life is about. When you are ill, sometimes you have to take bitter medicine before you get better. And I'm happy, as he said, to say that the sacrifices that Ghanaians made had paid off. And Ghana is, like he said, back again. Ghana is working again. And so he's giving you all the statistics. The macro economy is stable. And all the macro indicators are looking very much in the right direction. Indeed, a lot of people are surprised at how it was achieved. And Ghana has become the poster boy for economic recovery across the world. Anytime they go for the spring meetings of the World Bank and the IMF, everybody is pointing to the other African countries to Ghana and say, go to Ghana and learn how they did it. And so there's a time when we must be proud to be Ghanaian, not only because our economy is doing well, but we can see that we are making progress towards the country that our forebears dreamed us to become. We have led Africa in the liberation struggle, and under our first president, we pushed for African continental unity, and Ghana has been at the forefront of Pan-Africanism. And I must say that we have achieved our pride of place again at the forefront of Pan-Africanism. Recently, we went to the United Nations. The African diaspora and indeed Africans on the continent have been struggling over the issue of reparations for so many years. We became the champion of reparations and restitutive justice. And when I went to the UN in September, I announced to the world that we're going to move a motion to describe the slave trade, transatlantic slave trade, as the gravest crime against humanity. And we did that with 123 votes. A lot of people believed that there was no way we could garner that support, but we did. And that has put on record what happened to our ancestors and people of African ancestry. Now we need to move to the next step, and so we're hosting a conference in Accra in June, which is called The Next Steps. And it's called The Next Steps because after the UN resolution, what next? And so we're bringing the Caribbean and all people of African descent from all over the world to come and discuss what the next steps are. Recently, we've always pushed for African unity, and so it's sad to see some of the things that are happening on the continent. There's no way that any African country can achieve the kind of progress that it needs without working with other countries. We cannot achieve it in isolation. And that is why we passed the African Continental Free Trade Area, so that our people can invest in each other's countries, our people can move freely amongst each other's countries. Ghana is actioning this. Recently, we have made visas to our country for all African passport holders free of charge. So any African traveling to Ghana does not have to pay for a visa. In doing that, we've introduced the e-visa system, which makes it more convenient for our citizens living in diaspora. No longer do you have to come from Middlesbrough or Birmingham to the embassy to come and apply for a visa. You just sit wherever you are and put in the application, and within 48 hours, the visa will be issued. Indeed, I had the honor of issuing the first visa. And the person who got the first visa when I pressed the portal is a Serbian. I later found out he's an oil rig worker. And so he arrived in Accra Airport, and then continued to Takra. They boarded a helicopter, and he's on the oil rig somewhere offshore in Ghana. And so that's an achievement we are all proud of. When the minister was talking, he talked about growth. One of the important things to look at with growth is what they call non-oil growth. Normally when you are an oil producing country, for many oil producing countries, 90% of their growth is down to export of crude oil and gas. And so they've coined a term they call the Dutch disease. And so every country aims to have balanced growth. And so always you must look at the non-oil growth. It means if you take oil and gas out as a component of your growth, you must see significant progress. It means that your agriculture is working, your manufacturing is working, your digital and ICT are working. And like he said, we achieved more than 7% growth in non-oil. And so that's a very significant figure to look at to judge what the health of the economy is. And so again, we thank the economy team for what they're doing. The energy sector too is critical, and I'm happy to announce that it's stable. We have begun undertaking a total revamp of the electricity distribution sector. There are some areas where the transformers were installed 22 years ago, and for some of you, I'm sure that if you have homes in back in Ghana, you go and you notice that in some places the power surges and you have brownouts and that kind of thing. The electricity is not stable, and that's because at the time you build a house, they put a transformer there, and you had 100 houses in your vicinity. Today, with that same transformer that was put there, you have 500 houses in the same vicinity using that same transformer. And so the transformers get overloaded and they are not able to provide stable power. So we're overhauling all the transformers all over the country in order that power is stable for everybody. We inherited a debt in the energy sector of about $1.5 billion. And the Minister of Energy and the Minister of Economy, Finance have both been working together to pay down that debt. For instance, we had with E&I, which is one of the major players in our upstream energy sector, drilling for oil in the OCTP field. Their field is called the Sankofa field. We had a World Bank guarantee of $500 million. That's guaranteed payment to them for the gas that we consume. At the time we took over, that World Bank guarantee had been drawn down to zero. Today, through the hard work of the Minister of Energy and the Minister of Economy, we've built that World Bank guarantee back fully to $500 million. And so as a result of that, they have also expanded the amount of gas they are giving us, which we use to generate power. Recently, we've signed agreements with them and the Jubilee Partners. The Jubilee Partners, we've signed an agreement for them to invest another $2 billion in drilling new wells offshore Ghana in order to increase the amount of oil and gas that we produce. We've also signed with E&I to invest another $1.5 billion in the OCTP field to increase the amount of gas and oil that we produce. But there's a very interesting scenario. Normally, we produce the oil and we export it. And then we import finished products, or we import crude oil to refine. We are just about to make history again. We did it in my first term, but after we left office, it didn't continue. We are about to start to refine our own crude. And so, in June, we are delivering a parcel of Ghanaian crude from our own oil fields to the Tema Oil Refinery to process. And that is what we call value addition, because we process, we mine ores like manganese, bauxite, and all the other ores, gold and everything, and then we ship them out to be processed by somebody. And so in that processing, we're creating jobs in that other person's economy. And then the products for which we sent the ores abroad are made into finished products, and those finished products are exported back to us. And so we need to pursue value addition, not only in the mining sector, in the oil and gas sector, but also in the agriculture and other manufacturing sectors. And so I've said that next year, because we're going to buy our cocoa with our own money, before we had to go at the beginning of every season to go and borrow money from the traders. And we use that money to purchase the cocoa. And we collateralize our cocoa beans in advance for that money. So if it's the 2026 season and they give us $1 billion, we collateralize the 2026 beans to them. And so you have to export those beans to them. This year, the Minister of Finance, we've been trying to revitalize Cocoa Board. The Minister of Finance is going to allow Cocoa Board to float a bond by itself to raise the money that it needs to buy our cocoa. And so we are going to use our own money to buy our own cocoa. And I've said that if we use that money to buy the cocoa, it's not collateralized. 50% of those beans must be processed locally in Ghana. Because we export all those cocoa beans and the grinding and the processing is done outside, and then the chocolates and cocoa powders and cocoa drinks are exported back to us. We're going to process ourselves and also export finished products, not only within the continent, under the African Continental Free Trade Area. Cocoa products qualify because almost 100% of the content is locally sourced. And so it qualifies perfectly under the African Continental Free Trade Area. And Ghana should be able to supply virtually the whole of Africa with cocoa products. And so we're going to do that. We also had a problem with independent power producers. A certain amount of our power is produced by private investment. And at the time we came, we owed them about $1.5 billion. There too, the Minister of Finance, Ato, is working with the Energy Minister, have managed to pay down that debt. And what we've done is we've ring-fenced the debt and we've given them a payment plan, and we've met every single payment to them. And so they also are happy and producing power, and our power sector is stable. So let me just touch on two more things, and then I think I'll give you the opportunity to ask any questions that you want. One is governance. Governance is important. Ghana has progressed in the Press Freedom Index. We've moved up more than 30 places on the Press Freedom Index. Our constitution guarantees freedom of association, freedom of religion and worship, freedom of movement, and I believe that we are quite well advanced in terms of maintaining those rights. We also are amending the Constitution. The Constitution has served us very well from 1992 to date, but a time comes when you have to amend it so that you make it a living document to be able to serve you for another 30 years or more. And so we set up a Constitution Review Committee, which took the work that had been done under Atta Mills by the Fiajo Committee, and then we also took the work that had been done under Nana Akufo-Addo by the Chairman's Abonsu Committee. And we gave these two documents to the Constitution Review Committee. They did a good job. They presented their reports, and government is finalizing its proposals in response to that report. Once that is done, the process for constitutional review will start. I don't want to bore you with the details, but there are many things that have been identified in there which will go to Parliament. And for those that are entrenched provisions, they will have to go for a referendum. That means all Ghanaians must participate in the referendum to decide what the constitutional review will be. With accountability, a lot of work is going on. We have about 36 active investigations, and we believe that if you serve in government, you must be prepared to be accountable. because the people put trust in you and give you that mandate to serve, and you serve at the will of the people. And so if you serve and you use public office and abuse the trust of the people, you must be held to account. And I have said that we must stop post-regime accountability. Often when things happen under one government, no investigations are done, government is reluctant to prosecute anybody. It takes the next government that comes to take the cases up and begin any prosecutions. And so I've told my people serving in government that the same accountability we're holding the past regime to. If you get involved in an abuse of trust of your office, we will deal with you in the same way. And Mayor in Tree, we say, Aba ya de botechi, no ya de beboba. Yes. It reminds me of our President Rawlings of late, blessed memory. He said, Aba ya de botechi, edaho. And so we're putting in place the structures, and the point is to do as much as possible to prevent corruption. And now technology allows us to be able to do that. The former digital budgetary platform we're using, which is the GIFMIS, is no longer fit for purpose, so we are upgrading it. That will allow us to see in real time how Ghana's money is being spent. And because we're using blockchain technology, if you go in and you put anything there, you can't go back and change it. And so if you put in a fictitious invoice, we will find you out, because once it goes in and it is queried, we'll come back and arrest you. At the port, we've introduced AI to help our customs officers do the evaluation. And so far it's working very well. Ato is a very happy man because every day he gets the notification on his phone how much money the AI has saved him in terms of revenue leakages, and he sleeps well at night. You know, sometimes he forwards it to me when it's a record high. He says, President, look how much the AI saved us today. You know, so we're doing that. We're setting up audit courts. Every year you hear the Auditor General's report. Ghana lost 12 billion CDs from misappropriations and things. The Chief Justice has graciously set up audit courts. And so this time we're not just going to go to the Public Accounts Committee and say that this person misappropriated, that this person misappropriated this, and nothing happens. After the Public Accounts Committee has looked at it, the Attorney General and the Auditor General are going to take out all the people who have misappropriated, and we're putting them in front of those special courts to either refund our money or proceed to Nsawam and go and catch some rest there. And so as I wrap up, I can't not talk about environment. We still have a problem with illegal mining. Ghana was not called Gold Coast for nothing. Virtually everywhere in the country, if you dig, you will find some gold. The only regions I think haven't found any gold are Volta region, OT, and a few other regions. And I tell them that they are blessed that there's no gold under their land. And so if you go to Volta region, the forests are still beautiful, you know, the rivers are clean, you know. And so we won't give up the fight. Communities have become used to relying on illegal mining for their incomes. And so we have been in discussion. It is about what they call formalization of mining. Other countries have had the same problem, and they've been able to formalize their small-scale mining sector. Countries like Peru had the same problem as we had with people digging just everywhere. They managed to formalize it using exploration, using regulation. Now their geological survey is able to explore using some new satellite technology to be able to identify exactly where the gold is. And when that is identified and a lease is given, you have to do all the infrastructure work to prevent poisoning the waters or everything before you even put a shovel on the ground. And it has worked quite well for them. In our case, exploration is not done. They take a concession 20 kilometers square. They go to this corner of it, go and dig. Then they wash, they say, oh, bibi here. Then they go and dig here. Oh, there's nothing here. Then they go and dig here. It's like just shooting in the dark until they hit a vein. And then when they hit a vein, they just start digging and washing the water into the environment. And so our aim is to formalize, and that's why we set up the Gold Board. The Gold Board is not only to sell gold, it is also to invest in reclamation and also formalization of the small-scale gold mining sector. But in the meantime, we have the task force, which is called NIMOS, which goes around and confiscates these excavators. And now we're confiscating the Shamfam machines, because that's the critical equipment that is used in illegal mining. Without the Shamfam machine, that whole mining operation will come to a stop. And so they were being exported into Ghana from outside, and we have identified the components that make the Shamfam machines. So at the port, we confiscate them and we destroy them so that they cannot use them in the illegal mining. We also are pushing for a greater participation in our resources. It is only natural. I mean, for many years, we have given out huge concessions to foreign companies. They come, they mine, after they finish, they just leave the scars of the mining with poor communities dotted around. Is that all the ancillary work and subcontracting in mining must be given to Ghanaian companies. For many years, we've had the University of Mines and Technology, and so Ghana has more than enough geologists, we have civil engineers, we have companies that are capable of doing all that subcontracting. Before, there used to be transfer pricing, because the same company doing the mining will form a foreign subsidiary and award the contract to them to come and do the mining, and then they raise the prices of the subcontracting, and so they're making profit here and making profit there. And so we're saying that you do the mining, make your profit, but the subcontracting work, hauling, drilling, blasting, must be done by Ghanaian companies so that a component of the profit of mining remains locally in our country. So finally, defense and security. We live in a dangerous sub-region. You're all aware of what is happening in the Sahel. And they say that when your neighbor's house is burning, you don't only fetch water and put it by your house, but you also go and help him to quench his, so that it won't spread to your house. And so that's what we've been doing. When I came as president, the relations between our 3 Sahelian neighbors and the rest of ECOWAS were very frozen. And so I took it on myself to try and create a bridge between ECOWAS and our 3 Sahelian neighbors. And I must say that they have responded positively, and we are trying to create a rapprochement between us, because all of us need to join them in the fight against terrorism. Because if we don't, and the terrorists gain a strong foothold in their countries, the next direction in which they would look is towards us. But even as we do that, we also must strengthen our defense and security. We found our army in a very dilapidated state. At the time I left as president, we had bought 3 new Casa 295 aircrafts. When I came back, only one was working. One had crashed. The other one was supposed to go for service. It hadn't been sent for service. Happily, I made the finance minister deliberately the acting minister of defense. And so anytime the soldiers send their bills, he pays quickly because he's their acting minister. So he's paid to repair the second plane that was grounded. We had 4 helicopters, the MH17 helicopters. One of them crashed. When we came, only one was working, and 2 needed servicing. He has paid to repair them and bring them back into service. We are providing the armed forces with armored personnel carriers, APCs they call them. Also the police service, we've not forgotten about them. Recently we gave them armored cars. We used to expect them to go and fight armed robbers. And they go and fight armed robbers, highway robbers, sometimes using AK-47s, in thin-skinned vehicles. I mean, that means vehicles that are not armored. And so we're losing a lot of police officers because the highway robbers shoot at them. And I mean, I think in 2024 we buried about 16 police officers. Some of them died in robberies. And so again, by the generosity of the Minister of Finance, he released some money and we bought them 40 armored vehicles. And you can already tell, because our roads have become safer, they do the patrols and they know that they are protected and that government thinks about them and their safety. And so they do more patrols, and we're getting a handle on those delinquents who want to prey on our people. And so that also is going well. In foreign policy, we're collaborating with all our partners. We are friends to all, enemies to none. And we have special relations with everybody, the United Kingdom, US, France, Germany, Russia, Ukraine, Iran, Israel. Everybody is our friend. All we do is to tell them to stop fighting. The fighting is okay. Stop fighting so that we can build prosperity for this world. And so I want to leave it there, and thank you very much for your kind attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana. Thank you so much, Mr. President, for bringing us up to speed on the wonderful happenings in our country. Ladies and gentlemen, what a wonderful communicator we've got for a president. Do you agree with me? Do you agree with me? Let's give him another round of applause then. One may ask, why do I say that? I say that because he put his speech aside and he still gave us the numbers solid, back to back, off the top of his head. What more could you ask for? Thank you very much, Your Excellency. He also did say it's a good time to be proud to be a Ghanaian. I certainly agree with him. If you're proud to be a Ghanaian today, just shout, Ghana to the world! Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We'll now proceed to the Q&A session. Our President and his able ministers are all ears to listen to you and to answer your questions as well. As we engage, may I kindly remind everyone of the following. Please keep your contributions as brief, respectful, and it's also going to be limited to 1 question per person. If you go on for too long, unfortunately, I'll have to use my host privileges and cut you off. We also encourage everyone to focus on issues of national importance and avoid matters already being dealt with through diplomatic channels and institutional channels as well. We've got the privilege of having the President here, so let's not waste that opportunity by talking about issues that the Ghana High Commission can handle for you, for instance. We've got some ushers in the crowd with microphones. Can I see where the ushers are? Okay. Should we start then? We'll start from my left-hand side. Yes, if you just hand that over to The gentleman next to you, yeah. We'll take 4 questions for every round, ladies and gentlemen. Please state your name before you ask your question as well. And if you're representing an organization, please feel free to mention that organization as well. Your microphone is not working. Should we move on to the next one while you get that sorted? Okay, can we please move to the middle? Yes, please.
Hello, Your Excellency, Ministers of State, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Elijah Timob. I am East London Branch Chairman. I have one simple question for our President. You have stated not once, not twice, but several times how we in the diaspora contribute heavily to the economy of Ghana, almost to the tune of $8 billion annually. I think that is a very significant 17th region to be largely ignored. Don't you agree? From
Please,
East London.
The question.
Yes.
Else I'm going to have to use my host privileges to cut you off. The question.
My question is,
yes,
we understand that not everybody can be satisfied. And so we want to be part of the solution. And so in East London, we have come up with a proposal to help create jobs as part of the 24-hour economy.
Okay, let's come to your question, sir, please.
Yeah, so my question is,
respectfully,
who would be the right person that we would send that proposal to? Because we send things and they just disappear.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. We'll go back to the first gentleman.
Hello.
On my left-hand side.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Edwin Essel, a member of the Ghanaian community in the UK.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's be quiet.
Mr. President and dignitaries, we've talked a lot about transparencies and what overall, when the new government took over, we had so many stories about the cocoa board and misapplied funds, etc. My proposal here is, in the interest of transparency and accountability, why can't every single public institution be made to produce audited accounts every year? That will avoid all of those noises year after year.
Thank you very much. No, one per person, please, respectfully. Okay. Thank you very much for your question. Okay, let's go to the right-hand side. Who's got the microphone on the right-hand side? Please. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. My name is George Echampo, and I represent Leeds Branch. I'm the communication officer for the Leeds Branch. Leeds is well known, a very vibrant one, very known by Excellency Mrs. Zita Benson. She knows Leeds very well. We are very vibrant. My question is very simple, and is to His Excellency. My question is about reversible reaction. We all know about brain drain being a very big disease as far as Ghana is concerned. Now, I'm asking what His Excellency and the government is doing about trying to sort of create a database so that people who are capable and the elite people of this of the diaspora can channel through it so that they will be known, and if there are availabilities for certain positions and certain jobs, it can be known.
Thank you very much for your question. We will take the last question for the first round. Let me look towards the back. The gentleman with the Ghana flag. Yes,
hello.
The red hat.
Hello. Okay. Your Excellency, my name is Anderson and I represent the Ghana International Supporters Union. I want to find out, I know Ghana is carrying supporters to the US for the World Cup. Have you made any provision for those in the UK and groups that are also not in Ghana but want to be part of it? Please.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for your question. We will now give Your Excellency, the President, the opportunity to respond to those questions, and then we'll move on to the next round. The floor is yours, Your Excellency.
Oh. Thank you very much. I think I'll just answer this round and remain here so that I don't have to keep going between my seats and this place. With regards to the first question, and that's the East London chapter, I'm proud to say that my roads minister, Kwame Aguja, was vice chair of the East London chapter. And Atufosin was a member of the East London chapter. And so there is evidence of many of our people coming back and being integrated into the system. Indeed, that is why we're doing what we're doing and amending the constitution to allow you to participate at every level of governance in Ghana. Before, if you had dual citizenship or you were not exactly resident, you were cut out from participating in some aspects of Ghanaian life. But like we said, being the 17th region, you must be free to be able to come home and participate. And normally what I say, this links with the issue of brain drain, is that when I go, I don't tell our citizens, come back home and come and work. You must do it strategically. Relocating can be very shocking. I've seen people just pack their bags and going home, and they get back home and in a year they are so frustrated, that they virtually pack and come back. And so take your time, look for what you want to do when you get back, and you can even start it, and make sure that it is, being grounded before you relocate. And so there's brain drain and there's brain gain. The thing, and this is what I say about migration. Somebody says, why did you come to our country? Human beings from time immemorial have been very mobile. All of us were created in Africa. Human civilization started in Africa. And then our cousins, the British, migrated and came here. The Chinese migrated and went there. Everybody migrated to somewhere else. And people move for many reasons. Some for opportunity, some just want to travel and go somewhere else. And so just as you say, somebody is in your country, you too, your people are in that person's country. And so in Ghana we have everybody. We have British, we have South Africans, we have Sudanese, we have everybody, and we're living together. So I think that it is that diversity, and our elders say, for those of you who know that, because ahoho come sometimes with investment, and sometimes they come with new ideas that you never thought about. So there will be brain drain, there will be brain gain, but it's to the benefits of everybody. When we came, there were several state-owned enterprises, and I should have added that to my report. I'm pleased to tell you that a lot of the state-owned enterprises are turning around. That has been one of the major stumbling blocks on economic progress. Even while we are being disciplined and we're making sure that we're using the money properly, as chief executive of state-owned enterprises, and they go and make huge losses, and because they belong to the state, those losses are contingent liabilities on the public debt. And so now we focused on them. We have the state's interest and accountability whatever office that supervises them. We found out that some state-owned enterprises had not presented annual reports or audited accounts for 7 years. I mean, who runs an organization like that? For 7 years, no audited accounts, no, annual reports. And so we've made it part of their key performance indicators. And so I've told the CEOs that by a certain date, SIGA has set the date, I think it's middle of this year. If you have not presented your audited accounts, you haven't presented your annual report, the road is your face, you go home. And so we're bringing that discipline back, and I'm happy to announce that several of the state-owned enterprises have even gone from loss-making to profit-making. At least I know National Buffer Stock announced a 60 million Ghana cedi profit for the first time in years. And there are several others who, after balancing their account, think that they've made a profit instead of a loss. But we still have to look at the legacy debts that they have incurred. With regards to the Black Stars, it will be difficult to take our supporters from other domain. We are restricted because of the nature of this particular World Cup. It's being held in 3 countries, and we're playing our first match in Canada and then moving to Boston, from Boston to Philadelphia, and the cost of transporting, feeding, accommodating each supporter is, beyond our means. We say we're being fiscally disciplined. We cannot, spend our money in that manner. The cost approximates for each person to be fed, accommodated, transported, and all that, to watch the games, tickets, and all that, is estimated at almost $11,000. And so, how many can we take? So, we're concentrating mainly on the supporters' unions. They have a tradition of following the team to different places. They've been here to the UK, they've been to Germany, and they are registered members of the supporters' union. But what we're doing is we're procuring tickets for Ghanaians in the diaspora who want to attend the games. And so if you want to attend the game, you will get a ticket to attend the game. And so we have organized our chapters, our Ghanaian citizens in Boston, in Philadelphia, in Canada. And so the tickets that we have purchased, we would give to them to be able to watch the match. If any of you want to travel across and get tickets, I think that there's a way we can manage for you to get tickets to watch the games. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. We'll take the next round of questions, and thank you for the advices and the nuggets of gold you dropped for us. You've told us that when we want to move back home, we have to do it incrementally, not the big bang.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Next round. Can the microphone
of UK and Ireland as well. First of all, we have to thank you for bringing us our first female High Commission to the UK. She is doing it amazingly well. So we thank you. Mr. President, one of the major deaths in Ghana is accident. The way accident is causing death, if I'm not scared, I think it will be number 1 or number 2 of untimely death in Ghana. And whenever I'm talking about this particular issue, I become so emotional because my only mother who raised me passed away through road accident.
Okay.
We just got a message that you are going to do an express road from Kumasi to Accra, which is one of the main roads causing and losing a whole lot of life in Ghana. Mr. President, we just want to hear from you. Is this just one of the campaign promises or just a promise to the Ghanaian, raising our morals high, or this is coming to be a reality of life? Thank you.
Thank you. No, sorry. We're going upstairs.
Mr. President.
Please, Please cut the mic 1 second.
Topping up of what he said.
Okay,
please.
let's top up.
My name is Nana Amolu Jamfua Debra, standing as Asante for Hima, UK and Ireland. This is just a proposal, Mr. President. Our king said Kumasi and Accra Road, a proposal to the 24 hours economy, which we are interested in. Honorable Gustitano is here. Please, why can't we start the 24 economy at Kumasi and Accra Road?
Thank you very much, our Queen Mother. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we need some gender balance here. Well, our Queen Mother has spoken, but the President reminded me that we haven't yet had any questions from any of our ladies. Let's go upstairs. Who has a microphone upstairs?
My name is Dr. Ren. Greetings to...
Hold on, please. Hold on. Let's have some decorum here, please. We're taking a question from upstairs first, please.
Good
Is there a
evening.
microphone upstairs?
Yes.
Okay.
Good evening, Your Excellency, my dear lady, Mrs. Zita Saba Benson. My name is Dr. Ren. Mr. President, I've been in the security for many years here in the country. My question is very simple. How do you balance cost savings with national security considering when choosing a travel on commercial flight? I ask this because just recently we saw Shatawale in town. He came with a private jet. I am told that you traveled on a commercial flight. So the question is simple. Do you believe commercial flights provide adequate security for a sitting president?
Thank you very much for your question. We'll take a question from the middle. There's a young lady in the middle. Please hand the microphone to her. Thank you.
My name is... Hello, everyone. Hello, my rival. You're standing there enjoying yourself, aren't you? Sorry. Okay, so my name is Beatrice Asante, and I advocate for the youth in UK. And I work with Omega TV, yeah? Okay. So, Mr. President, the last time you came, I remember I asked you that what are you doing to help the youth integrate with the youth in Ghana and here? Because if you look at what is going on now, we've got one of the youngest chancellors, which is Faye Ohima, and Ohima Faye, yeah? All right, cool. And she's a Ghanaian, and we met Echi on Tuesday. And before I even go further, she's doing a fantastic job, for one. And because Faye is the youngest Ghanaian councillors in Enfield, Bullsmore Ward, yeah? They've got so much ideas, which I always advocate because I'm first generation, they're second generation. How do we intend to support them so that the skill set that they have, they can actually push it forward? Because we've got even Miss Ghana, which is Shadel. And Shadel just came from Ghana, and she's actually helped. And I keep saying, my genre is to support the youth. So how do we, the Ghanaian community, intend to support them?
Thank you. We'll take a last question before His Excellency responds. There's a young lady in the aisle, in the middle. Kindly hand the microphone to her. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. This has been a very enlightening session.
It's fine. You can take it.
Hello, everyone.
Yes.
Okay. My name is Rachel. My question is just a request. I bought, Mr. President, I bought your book online, my first coup d'etat, and I was wondering if you could sign it for me.
Okay, so that brings us to the end of the second round of questions. Let's allow His Excellency to respond. Let's take the question from the young lady in the middle aisle. Please do not take the microphone away from her. Thank you. Yes. Thank you. Yes.
My name is Bevelyn. I'm 18 years old, and my question is, my name is Bevelyn. I'm 18 years old, and my question is, how does Ghana plan to attract more foreign direct investment in a way that ensures that there's no resource crowding and displacement of domestic businesses, especially as a young person with future business ambitions?
Thank you very much. Thank you for your question.
Sprish. I don't.
You see,
Take your time, speak slowly.
Please, do it one by one. Thank you.
My name is Bevlin. I'm 18 years old. And my question is, how does Ghana plan to attract more foreign direct investment in a way that ensures that there is no resource crowding, so like raw materials, like employment?
Oh, there's no resource.
Yes.
Can somebody say it in Ghanaian English for me, please?
Okay.
I heard, how do we attract foreign investment? So that the rest of us
so that the foreign businesses don't take away a lot of resources like jobs or like labor or resources.
Yeah, thank you.
And so that there is no displacement of domestic businesses. That foreign businesses come and they provide like cheaper products, like I don't want to name some names, but they provide cheaper resources, and this displaces a lot of local businesses who might have more high cost of production.
Thank you very much for your question. Thank you. Let's allow His Excellency to respond to the second round of questions, ladies and gentlemen.
I think I'll start with Nana's question, and he spoke about accidents. Yeah, many of us have lost relatives or through accidents, or they've been permanently injured and disabled because of road accidents. Now the main reason is multiple. There are many reasons for it. One, our licensing regime is a problem. People are able to get driver's licenses without going through the rigorous testing that they have to go through to be able to get the licenses. And then the second one is also the road infrastructure. Ghana has maintained the old road infrastructure that was left us by the British. And these roads were single lane highways. And so you have one traffic going in one direction and another coming in the other direction. That is a recipe for accidents, because wrong judgment in overtaking leads to head-on collisions. And so we have taken a decision, and I'm happy the road minister is here under the big push. Major roads, that is our busiest roads, are being dualized. And so you would have 4 lanes, 2 lanes on one side going in the same direction, and 2 lanes on the other side coming in the same direction, so that the issue of single lane overtaking and collisions will be a thing of the past. And so the Accra, Winneba, Mankasim, Cape Coast, Takrady Road, which is one of our busiest roads, is being converted into a dual course highway. The Accra, Adan to Aflawo Road, which is another of our biggest roads, is also being turned into a dual course highway. But then the iconic one is the Accra-Kumasi Expressway. And I'm pleased to inform our traditional ruler that work has actually started. We've given the 48th Engineers Regiment of the Ghana Army the contract to clear the roadway, and they've started. As I was leaving Ghana, they had cleared 51 kilometers of the road. And that new road is going to reduce the traveling distance between Accra and Kumasi from 270 kilometers to 198 kilometers. So 1 is going to be shorter, and 2 is going to be a 6-lane expressway. So there'll be 3 lanes going in one direction and 3 lanes coming in the other direction. And in all the major towns, it's not going to go through any major town. It's bypassing all the towns. If you get to Asamankesi, there'll be an off-ramp you go on the off-ramp, you come under the bridge, and then you go to Asamankesi. If you get to Akimoda, you go off the off-ramp and you go to Akimoda. If you get to Ofuasi, who's from Ofuasi, you go off the off-ramp and you go to Ofuasi. If you get to, what do they call it, Bosomtri, you go off the off-ramp and you go to Bosomtri. So it's not going to go through any major urban development. And so you won't have people selling bread and other things along the road. At various stops in the road, there are going to be rest stops. And so there'll be a filling station, there'll be restaurants, there'll be shops, there'll be guest houses. If you want to take a rest, you can go off the road, go and rest. You can use the washrooms, you buy your fuel, and then you continue. And so there'll be rest stops along the road. Of course, it will be a tolled road. And so if you want to use it, you have to pay. If you don't want to pay, then the old, I was going to say snail-paced old road is still available for you. That one, if you want to take that option, that's for you. But if you want to go quickly, and it will take you 2 hours to go from Accra to Kumasi instead of current 5 hours that you take. And so I believe that working on the road infrastructure will reduce the accidents, but we also are tightening the licensing regime so that people who go behind the steer, we know, have the capacity to take people from point A to point B. With regards to the 24-hour economy, and I'm happy Guzi gave you a brief on it. We've passed the 24-hour economy authority bill. It's become an act now. I signed it into law. And just last week, the team brought the report and the vision to cabinet for approval, which we've done. And they're starting with several projects, including logistics, that is moving goods from Tema along the Volta Lake to Bupe in the northern region. They are supposed to be agro-industrial parks, and so there'll be factories there, and they can move their products, their raw material up and bring their finished products down. They're also investing, going to get the private sector to invest in 200 megawatts of solar capacity in order to bring down the cost of electricity. One of the major things that affects our competitiveness of industry in Ghana is that our cost of power is too high. And so we want to use renewable energy like solar to bring down the tariffs for industry, especially so that they can expand and employ more people. With regards to flights, we use a combination of both. It depends on where we're going and what the scheduling is. If you have a visit where you have to go to multiple places, you cannot use commercial flights. You know, for instance, the last time we had to go to Gabon, and then from Gabon fly to UAE. I mean, it's difficult to get commercial flights to take you and let you arrive on time for whatever you're doing. So you necessarily have to go by private means. But, I mean, if you're coming to Ghana for UK Investment Summit, I mean, it makes sense to come commercial. And so this visit became commercial because there are no time limits, and we're coming to UK for this summit, and then from there we're going back home. And so we came commercial, and we'll go back commercial. With regards to youth in government, I'm pleased to announce that this government probably has the youngest average age in the history of the Fourth Republic. If you look at our CEOs, our ministers, if you strike the average age, we have the youngest government in the history of our republic. And I'm glad to say that they are doing a very efficient job. They've proven that young people are capable doing it. They are capable of working for the interest of the people. And I'm proud of all the CEOs and others who are working as part of my team. We, as part of the constitutional review, are considering reducing the age limit for Parliament and for the presidency. The Constitutional Review Committee recommended 30 years, but I think the government's position is for 35 years. And so between 30 and 35, we have to make a decision, but Parliament will decide. But I can tell you that there are very young people in government, and of course, Parliament doesn't have any limits on age. You can go into Parliament even at 25, 26 years, but the main limit is for presidential, for president or vice president, and that we want to reduce to 30 years or 35 years of age. And so I believe that young people are taking part in what is happening in Ghana. If you go into the digital and fintech space, you'll be surprised at what the young people are doing there. You know, the fintechs, and they're just 18 years, 19 years, 20 years, you know, average age just around 20. And they have taken to the technology like ducks to water, you know. And so youth are actively participating in Ghana's economic progress. And I think that we can link up with them to see how they're doing. With FDI, the Ghana Investment Promotion Center has removed the limit on how much you need to bring into the country before you can come in and invest. We want to open up the space for as many people as possible. So any of you who want to invest, or you have investors who are coming, before you had to come and show physically $1 million before you are giving the privileges to invest. Now you don't need to put up that capital. And so it's open, free, people are invited to invest. We don't have any restrictions on where you invest. The only area is in small retail business. That is an area reserved for Ghanaians. Small retail business like corner shops and things. We don't expect that somebody will come from outside and come and open a container shop on your street corner. That is reserved for Ghanaians, and so that's the only restricted area. But otherwise, everywhere else, anybody who has foreign direct investment is welcome to bring their investments into Ghana.
Thank you very much, His Excellency. We'll take the third round of questions. Oh my God, a sea of hands. Let's go to my right-hand side. Thank you, sir. Please state your name.
My name is Kweku Adams. I'm Associate Professor at the University of Bradford. I represent the Ghana Scholarly Society as the president. There are a lot of scholars overseas that do great research that do not get used, do not get unnoticed. I want to find out how much is the president willing to work with the societies, scholars who are doing research, cutting-edge research in solar energy, land reclamation, blockchain technology that we can use. Is there a budget to support some of these activities or research that we do so that we can together inform policy going forward? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'll take one from the back and then we'll go upstairs. Who has the microphone at the back? You have it, sir.
Yes.
Mr. President. 1 second, sir. For those holding the microphones, please, let's have some gender balance here, because you're just handing it over to the men. Please, some gender balance. Thank you. You have the floor, sir.
Yeah. Mr. President, thank you for your service.
There are two ladies in
to Mother Ghana.
Okay, sir.
My name is Kwesi Busumbru, founder of PAP, People's Action Party. My question to you is about Akosomo Dam. The dam was built between 1961 and 1965. We are now running, it was 1,000 megawatts, but right now we only have we're using 2 turbines, generating less than 200 kilowatts. We have the biggest dam from Ethiopia, the Renaissance Dam, that cost 5 billion to build. And they have 16 turbines that is supplying all over Eastern Africa and the Horn of Africa. My question is, during your speech, you made mention of the fact that you've just paid 1.5 billion of debt by the previous government on electricity. So if Ethiopia used 5 billion to build 16 turbines, that is giving them 5,000 megawatts of power, which is something that they don't have to do anything of buying crude oil or gas to power their generation for the next 50 years. Akostomo Dam is over 50 years old, and most dams, when they are 50, it's either you blow it out and build a new one, or find the alternative. But the alternative we have in Ghana about gas and light crude oil, I think is past itself by then. Respectfully, what are you going to do about maybe learning a thing or two from Ethiopia?
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for your question. 1 second. There are 2 ladies in the middle. I'll choose one of them can have the microphone. The one with the fan. Kindly hand the microphone over to the lady with the fan. Thank you. I'll come to the left in a second. You have the floor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. President and our dignitaries. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Yvonne Lawson, MBE, a founder at the Godwin Lawson Foundation. Youth crime and knife crime is very, very prevalent in our community. We know most young people have died in our communities, especially our young black boys, through knife crime. As a campaigner, we know there are lots of issues, root causes to these issues. Root causes such as school exclusion, lack of opportunities, and lack of employment. I would like to know from Mr. President what your policies will be to support organizations like ourselves to ensure that our children in the UK remain safe.
Thank you for your question. Thank you. We'll take one from upstairs, and then a High Commissioner will take one as well. Well, she'll respond. She'll answer the question. If we can have a lady from upstairs. Yes, please. So our High Commissioner will respond to the last question that was just asked.
Actually, I thought that question would be directed to the mayor and the MP.
Thank you.
How to protect our children from youth crime? Yeah, we hear about it and we feel very saddened. I mean, there are all these knife stabbings and things, and I think it's unfortunate. You diagnosed it yourself. You said exclusion, opportunity, and things like that. So I think that those are issues addressed within UK. Every country has its peculiarities. We also have issues with youth crime, but they don't. I don't think stabbing and things are predominant. But we also have issues with drug addiction and things like that. Yes. Okay, so I thought you had somebody up there.
Let's take upstairs. There's a lady that had a microphone upstairs. Please go for it. You have the floor. Please speak up. Your name and your question. Please be brief. Okay, let's move downstairs. Please hand the microphone to our uncle over there. Yes, yes. please. Yes. You have the floor, Uncle.
Which of them?
My name is Ade Sawyer. I'm retired now, but I remain a community activist. I have some concerns, too, but I would ask one question, and I will let the president take the concerns away. I'm happy that the High Commissioner has invited us to this meeting to come and engage with the leader of our country. I've listened to some of the ministers, and whilst it looks like the metrics are going in the right direction, the optics do not look very good. Every year there's perennial flooding. We have not been able to solve that problem in the city of Accra, our main city. Every weekend we see on TikTok the ministers at parties, instead of being with their constituents, they are talking to each other, blowing time. It does not look good, Mr. President. Please tell them that at weekends, they should go back to their constituents and find out what it is that the people of Ghana need.
Thank you very much for your question.
And now my concern. Up to last week, we had a perfectly legal system that criminalized people with homosexuals. We have now decided that we are bringing on another law, which is a total distraction.
Uncle, please come to your question.
The concern is that
we're running out of time.
Everywhere you go from now,
please
people
ask your
will ask
question.
you about the LGBT bill and why we needed it.
Thank you very much.
I wish you well.
Thank you very much, Uncle. Thank you. We'll go back upstairs very quickly. If you're ready upstairs, we'll take your question, or else we'll have to come back down. You have the floor. You have the floor, ma'am. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam. Thank you, Mr. President. My question is very brief. I have a registered business and I am planning to undergo land reclamation and restoration. I want to ask whether I would have any support from the government, because I'm going to be starting as a starter and on a low scale, then I'll move on to a large scale. That is my plan, and I would like to know.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for that. We'll come to our Nananom for one more question before our president takes.
Good evening, Your Excellency, Madam.
Please hold on. Please hold on.
Let me get her question.
Decorum, please.
Let me get her question again. You say you want to do land reclamation. For what purpose? You want to do a palm plantation, or what do you want to do? I can't hear you.
Please hand her the mic. Thank you.
I want to undergo land reclamation to restore the illicit mining site into a better land in the foreseeable future. Then I would want to know if I would have or get any support from the government, because it's very important for us to restore the lands that have been destroyed so far as a result of Galamsey.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We'll take one question from Nananom. Thank you.
Mr. President and State Ministers, we welcome you all back to the UK. During your speech and that of the minister, you made an assertion that we have a lot of people in diaspora putting a lot of money into the Ghanaian economy. We have been here, we've produced professionals So much so that we are also here giving birth to our children and nurturing them here. The problem we have is we've had the situation where our children are being cultured by the Western culture. The question I have here is, the Random Progressive, which is an association of all the institute chiefs and kings over here. Actually, my name is Nana Ajenimbuati. I am the Jasehine of Asante Dwabin Nkrumah, and also the Assistant Secretary for Random Progressive UK. Our question is this: whilst we grow our children here and we're trying to integrate our culture into their living, we are trying to ask the government, is there any chance that the government can either partner with the traditional leaders in the UK in securing a community center just for Ghanaians? Because whilst we meet to do our deba, while we meet to do our traditional festivals, we do so in the corridors of private hired places. I think it's about time the Ghanaians can call one of our own. So we want to see if we can partner with the government.
Please round up your question.
The government can help us. Thank you very much,
Nana. Thank you. We'll give the President the opportunity to respond to those rounds of questions. Please, you have the floor, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much. I guess the first question was about research and how we integrate research into our economic progress. It's something that we've been dealing with. Recently, I had a meeting with the CSIR, which is the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research. And the main discussion we had is how to take those research findings on their shelves and commercialize them. And so the Minister of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry has linked the CSIR with industry. There are some successful researchers that have carried over into commercialization. For instance, if you wanted to eat fufu, you had to go and get a pestle and a mortar and pound it. Today, many of you just take a bowl, you pour the plantain fufu powder, and then you mix it, and then you get tasty fufu to eat. So that is a successful example of research, that has transitioned into commercial use. There are several other such. For instance, our CSIR have done research that have found a black-eyed pea, which is the beans we use for yokegari. One of the major problems with that black-eyed pea was infestation with weevils. They've got a bean that is resistant to the borer that bores into the bean. And so that is being commercialized. Farmers are being given the new beans for trials, and if it's successful, then they will upscale it so that everybody can benefit. Those are successful examples, but everyday research is being carried out, and I do believe that we have the will to be able to move that research into commercial production. Let me make a correction. Akosombo is not running only 2 turbines. Akosombo is running all the 6 turbines. There are 6 turbines, and it produces 1,020 megawatts of power. If you were following what happened recently, we had an explosion of the switch control room, and all the turbines got shut down. And as our engineers worked to bypass the control room, we kept announcing that turbine 1 has come back on stream, turbine 2 has come back on stream, turbine 3 has come back on stream. Indeed, when I visited them, turbine 4 was back, and by the next day, turbine 5 and 6 had all come back. So Akosombo is running at full capacity. And your dam can only be as large as your water supply. Ethiopia's dam is on the Nile, which is one of the biggest rivers in Africa. And so Akosombo cannot produce 5,000 megawatts of water with the volume of water we have in the Volta Lake. And that's why we've repeated and done other dams along the same Volta. So if you go to the Black Volta, we've set up the Bui Dam, which produces almost 300 megawatts of power. Then if you go downstream Akosombo, we have the Kpong Dam, which also produces about 130, 150 megawatts of power. So we're using the same water 3 times already. And so you can't blow up Akosombo and put a 5,000 megawatt dam there, unfortunately, because the volume of water does not sustain a 5,000 megawatts dam. The issue of youth crime, I think I'll leave to the mayor. Later you can find time and consult your mayor and your councillor and find out what you're doing within your borough to keep our children safe. But like I said, it's a matter of worry. You know, the stabbings we hear. I mean, I think a year ago or two, a young Ghanaian girl was stabbed, you know, and it really is a matter of worry. And so I cannot give a prescription for that. With regards to flooding, the flooding in Accra is not an engineering problem. It is just a problem of indiscipline. It's not an engineering problem, it's a problem of indiscipline. We have drains, and everybody says, why don't you do sealed drains? But the problem is when we do sealed drains, people drink sachet water, they eat papaya in those styrofoam plastics, and they just dump them anywhere. And these plastics wash into the drain, and they go and block the drain. And so if you have to unclog the drain, you have to remove all the drain covers and clean it out. You clean it out, you cover it again. In the next 3, 4, 5 months, they have clogged again. But that is not even the major problem. The major problem is the location of Accra. You have the Kwapim mountain range, and you have the Atlantic Ocean. Before people came to Accra, you had the Lafa stream, you had the Densu, you had the Sakumo stream, you had the Kole stream, you had the Odo stream. All of them were rainwater that falls in the mountains that flow through to the Atlantic Ocean. Then you come and build a city in the path of those streams. What do you expect the streams to do? And even if you build, leave the causeways. If you come to London, you see the canals in the city. If you go and build a house in that canal, where will the water go? It will go back into people's houses. Unfortunately, Nanan Misremu, our traditional rulers are selling plots in streams. It's not this Nananum I'm talking about. We have places they call Ramsar sites. These Ramsar sites are wetlands. And they said that migratory birds come from Europe during the winter. They come and spend vacation with us in Africa. Then when they finish the vacation and it's summer, they fly back. And they decided to protect the Ramsar sites because of the migratory birds. But let me tell you what the Ramsar sites do. They are wetlands. So when they receive the water from the Kwapim mountain range, the Ramsar sites are huge wetlands. So they absorb the water into the wetlands and discharge the water gradually into the ocean. So if you build and you fill and build, you fill and build, you fill and build, you are reducing the size of the Ramsar site, of the wetland. And so when the water comes, what is left cannot contain the water. And so it will overflow and flood people's houses. I've seen from the air, helicopter, a stream coming from the Kwapim range. And then it reaches somewhere and they've built across it. And so the stream has nowhere to continue. So it will flood your houses and flood houses of people behind. Now when government takes action and begins breaking people's houses out of the waterway, the same people will say, hey, hey, that's our problem. And part of the problem is the local councils and the assemblies. Unfortunately, our councils are not working as good as yours. You will find a house in a waterway and somebody signed a building permit for them to build there. Look at the Weja Dam. The Weja Dam provides about 30-40% of Accra's water. It has a spillway, and every year when it rains, the water reaches a level. And when it reaches that level, they have to open the spillway, otherwise it can break the dam and cause destruction downstream. In the dry season, these same traditional rulers and Shikong Cheme, owners of land, will sell land to people in the spillway of the Weja Dam. And so you start building, and then when the rains come and they open the spillway, your house is flooded with water. And he says, why isn't government doing anything about the flooding problem? It's because you went and built in a place you shouldn't have built. And so we need, one, to punish those who signed the permits for that. And so the district chief executives, I told the Minister of Local Government, we should find out who are signing the permits for people to build in these waterways. And my minister misspoke. She said we'll transfer them to the north. We're not transferring them to the north, we're sacking them. So that it serves as a deterrent. Otherwise, we'll continue to have this problem. And we must have the hard heart to remove those houses that are blocking the waterways. And so if you see demolitions going on and other things, it's to protect the property of everybody. And then, after blowing time, I don't know which ministers you are referring to. They say you guys are blowing time instead of working. The ministers I know are working very hard. I've seen occasionally, maybe on their birthday, they bring a cake to the office, and then for a few minutes, everybody cuts the cake, and then they go back to work. But I haven't seen anybody throw an ostentatious party, because I told all of them I'm watching them. And I haven't yet put on record anybody who has blown time and ostentation. With land reclamation, you would have to talk to the Gold Board. We have started some land reclamation, and we worked with Newmont, and the first 800 hectares of land has been reclaimed, and we're going to plant oil palm on it. And so Gold Board and the Lands Ministry, Environmental Protection Agency are collaborating to reclaim mined out lands. It is a very expensive venture. So if you say you're going to reclaim 86 mine sites, I don't know how you're going to do that, because the kind of equipment you need to reclaim 86 mine sites goes beyond the private venture. It's government that must put the resources in, and the mining companies have to also put resources in. And so that's why we started with the Newmont example, and it's going to be scaled up so that all the other companies, Goldfields and all the other companies also put money in so that we can reclaim the lands. But in order to make it sustainable, we are thinking of introducing a reclamation bond for small-scale mining industries. We have it for large scale, but we don't have it for small scale. You have to put a portion of your profit into a fund, so that when you finish mining, if you don't reclaim the land, we will use that fund to pay contractors to come and level the land and then plant oil palm on it. Nana, with the community center, I beg you, I don't think Atu will give me the money to come and do it. If you yourselves contribute and you need some help, then you can appeal, and then we'll see how we can help. But for us to come and acquire a community center is going to be difficult, because then after that, Germany will also ask, then Switzerland will ask, then Boston will ask, then Philadelphia will ask, and everybody will ask. So you do self-help. And if you gather some money and you think we should contribute, then we can see what to do to assist. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for answering those questions so openly and so frankly as well. I can actually feel a new KPI coming up for the Lands Minister. If there's anything I love about His Excellency, it's his zero tolerance for non-accountability. I think that deserves a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, Bunny, I'm supposed to. This is right here.
Okay, our president is signing your book, young lady. Your wish has been duly granted. That brings us, sadly, to the end of our questions, ladies and gentlemen. I know you've got 1,000,001 questions to ask, but unfortunately, we won't be able to take all the questions. Some of the all of the questions, I'm sure you can direct to the Ghana High Commission. They'll be happy, more than happy to take that. On that note, okay, President is signing another one. Please direct your questions to the Ghana High Commission. I feel a local town hall with Her Excellency Sabazito Benson coming up soon to address the rest of the questions that you've got. So please keep those questions, and thank you for your insightful questions. Thank you to the President for being so open and honest with us in his responses as well, for listening to us. Mr. President, thank you very much. Thank you so much for answering our questions. Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this event, this grand event you've seen here today would not have been possible without support from our sponsors. So let's take a moment to acknowledge our sponsors. And while we do that, let's enjoy some music from Saxman Ellis. Saxman Ellis. A round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen. Can I please respectfully ask that we take our seats? because we have not yet come to the end of the program. Respectfully, kindly take your seats. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I would now like to call on the Deputy Head of Chancery. Sorry, pardon me, the Deputy Head of Mission at the Ghana High Commission, Mr. Aquinas Kwanzaa, to give us the vote of thanks. Kindly take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated. Thank you.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, honorable ministers here present, leaders of the Ghanaian community, Nime, Naime, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my singular honor as a Deputy High Commissioner of the Republic of Ghana to deliver this vote of thanks. Your Excellency, permit me to express our profound appreciation for making time to engage with Ghanaians residents in the United Kingdom and its environs. This town hall meeting brings most of us together as one big family. Your presence here today and the candid exchange of views we have witnessed reaffirm your commitment to inclusive governance and your desire to maintain a strong connection with the Ghanaian diaspora. We are grateful for your insights you have shared on government vision, achievements, and plans for our nation. We are equally appreciative of the opportunity given to members of the Ghanaian community to express their views and concerns in a spirit of mutual respect and patriotism. I wish also to thank the ministers, government officials, community leaders, Nime and Naime, and all those whose hard work and dedication contributed to the success of this gathering. To our Ghanaian in the United Kingdom, thank you for your participation and continued contribution to the development and international image of our beloved country. Your Excellency, Mr. President, we assure you of our continued support in advancing the interest of Ghana and strengthening the bonds between our nation and its diaspora. On behalf of the Ghana High Commission in London, I thank you once again and wish you and your delegation a pleasant and successful stay in the United Kingdom. God bless you, Your Excellency, and God bless our homeland Ghana, and God bless us all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the vote of thanks. Before we proceed to the next stage of this program, I would like to call upon a young lady by the name Kamina to serenade us with some music. A round of applause for her, ladies and gentlemen.
My name is Kimina, K-I-M-I-N-A. You can find me on all music platforms, Kimina Music. Please enjoy this music called Oh My God. Thank you.
It's Kimina.
my gosh. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Treme, fire me fast, so mame, namenye wajuma, yemeni, nami hunjeko. Oh my gosh, jebloni magu, treme, fire me fast, sales says, booming, fire can, cool it, Kimina, brand rep in Ghana. From the international scenery, incredible heart, with you I'm covered, provided dependent. But you got peace in my life, everything I wanted was you in my life. Show me the right path, thing in my life. All I ever needed was you present in my life. My King Kong, ride or die, church flow. If you're ready, go kneel and pray. Spray things, yes girl, till I got a percentage. Big things coming through, sacrifice is all that matters, cause it's gonna get you covered, covered, covered. Oh my gosh, jebloni magu, treme, fire me fast, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Treme, fire me fast, so mami, nami nye wajuma, yemeni, nami hunjeko. Oh my gosh, jebloni magu, treme, fire me fast, where is my evil friend Portuguese from Mena to Goliath, start with Krobo, Uchami, bloody magu, bloody. Thank you. Much love.
Applause for Kamina, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for that, Kamina. I'd now like to call on stage Sheikh Abdul Razak Salihu. He's the Chief Imam for the Ghana Muslim Union UK, to give us the closing prayer. Do we have Sheikh Abdul here, please? Oh, he's here. Thank you very much, sir.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Ya Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, we thank you. We thank you for this meaningful gathering and for the privilege of meeting with our President. We ask your blessings upon him. We ask you to grant him wisdom. We ask you to grant him strength and courage to lead with justice, compassion, and integrity. We pray for you and for our nation. May peace prevail, prosperity grow, and all people live in safety and unity. For us, the diaspora, grant us continual love for our homeland, that we may always be faithful ambassadors, supportive partners, and bridges of connection between where we live and where our roots lies. Bind us together in one purpose, and may all that has been shared today bear good fruit for the good of our nation. I pray, Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim, Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen, Ar-Rahman Ar-Rahim, Maliki Yawmiddin, Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in, Ihdina as-sirata al-mustaqim, sirata alladhina an'amta alayhim, غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. Iura anyechro ebor dan foso ebor safo elefia ne lang inshallah kenfo funfi yalike ke nanya gonu fibel ani tro assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much, Sheikh. There is a missing but found purse here, so if it is yours, please, after the event, just come backstage and claim it. Thank you. Now, all too soon, we've come to the end of what I hope for you has been an amazing experience, an amazing encounter with our dear President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. It's been an absolute pleasure being your host this evening. Before we finish, I would like to invite the President of the Republic of Ghana on stage, alongside Her Excellency Sabazita Benson on stage, please, next to the flag. Ladies and gentlemen, shall we please be upstanding for the national anthem of the Republic of Ghana? Good evening. Now, just